Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what part of the world you are in. We're back in, or I am back in, the editor, 16X, the new 16X map. I'm hoping today, as soon as we get this electrical grid back in on the new section of road, okay, that one I want to leave. This one, I want to, alright, hoping to get the last railroad silo in today. So let me finish up the lighting or the electrical system in this area. Alright, so come around the corner there. Now we're hooked up with here. Now this one. Which one am I on? Yeah, that one has to go. And then this pole should be a double. Yeah, so that pole can go. And then the one before it. But anyway, I'm going to get this electrical system back in. And then we can get this last railroad silo in and working. And then once it's in and working, that's the last of the railroad silos that's going to be built in to the map. So I'm not concerned with, finishing it today with all the landscaping and textures and all that happy stuff. It's more of getting it in, getting all the triggers working. And then we can move on. I have after the last railroad silos in and working. I honestly have no idea what I want to work on today, so we're just going to wing it today. Because I didn't have time this morning to input or to import anything into the map to work on anything new today. Because I had some real life stuff going on this morning. Where normally by about this time of the day, I have a good 6 hours worth of work done on the map, and today I have absolutely no work done on the map. And then I did spend some time, a little bit of time this morning, waiting for my real life stuff appointment, that I did get the monorail fixed and rebuilt, but nothing in the map itself got finished. So I don't know how long I'm going to stream today. It just depends on what's going on here at the house and what we got going on in real life. Alright, so I think I'm going to go here. I'm going to stretch that last one out a little bit. And I'm going to hook it up with that one. And so we'll fix those wires. So let me come over here to this one. Now stretch this one out a little bit longer. That'll work. Then I'm going to take, this one, and I can get rid of the wires. I can get rid of duplicate pole. Yeah, duplicate pole. And then this light can go. Alright, so I fixed up to there. Now I just got to fix it over to here. And then this will all be hooked in this one. Alright, so why do you not want to? Alright, you are probably, yeah, close enough. Alright, so that's going to get my electrical system in. I just got to get my placeholders in. I'll call this electrical system done. Now we can get our railroad silo in. It'll be the last one, thank God. I'm so tired of these railroad silos. But these placeholders, these boxes take almost as long to get in as the electrical system does. But I am like a creature of habit, so I'm usually on the same schedule every single day, meaning I usually wake up, grab my first cup of coffee, at the same time like every day of the week. I'll jump on the computer while I'm enjoying the first cup of coffee, and I'll go through the whole, I've got a whole routine I go through. So start off with email, then I'll jump online where my parents live in Pennsylvania. I'll go through the online newspaper, see what's going on up there, jump on the obituaries for where my parents live, just out of habit. And then I'll go to Discord, see if there's any messages from, Papa Smurf, Dixie. Then I'll jump on ModHub US, go through that, see if there's anything new popping up there. And I'll jump on Facebook, go through a couple groups I'm in, and make sure everything's fine there. Grab my second cup of coffee, and then I'll usually jump in the editor. By then it's about 8:30, and I'll jump into the editor, and then I'll fire up Streamlabs if I can stream, and get settled in on the first stream in the morning. But today I had a 10:30 phone conference that I couldn't move, change, or reschedule, and it completely threw my schedule off today. And then I needed to jump in Discord with Papa Smurf to go over a few things, and that ended up being another hour. So my whole schedule got shot to hell today, and I'm all out of sorts today. But I wasn't even going to, I was almost ready just to turn the computer off and say the heck with it and not even work on anything today. But I figured I'll come in here for at least a little bit and finish up this electrical system. Get the last railroad silo in, and then we'll see what time it is. It may be a short day today. But all the XML work that we did all week long, I have no desire to come in and do any XML work today. And I have no idea what the weekend is going to bring. I have no idea what the family plans are for the weekend yet. So I have no idea if I can stream or not this weekend. Farm Chick 63, I was going to say good morning, but yeah, it's already afternoon. I'm all out of sorts today. My entire schedule got messed up today, so. And whenever my schedule gets messed up, it like throws my whole rhythm off for the day. So I'm all out of sorts today. But I really want to get this last railroad silo in. It's driving me nuts. This little 3 or 4 day project is now turning into a 7 day or 8 day project. But it is Friday. The house is quiet. The Wi-Fi is working. The good Lord let me breathe and wake up another day, so I should quit complaining. So I hope everyone's having a nice start to their weekend. We'll get to some more exciting stuff here eventually. We're almost down and around. But I did get all the errors out of the monorail. Got the monorail rebuilt. Don't have it like repainted or renumbered yet. But got rid of those Lua errors that were popping up yesterday. JK2359, am I reading it? Yes. Hello. Thank you for stopping in. As soon as I get these boxes in for placeholders, we'll get to finishing the last railroad silo today. Well, we'll at least have it in and functioning today. Won't be finished and decorated, but it'll definitely be in and functioning. I know my sister has her granddaughter today because they're on Easter break from school, but I know they're going to hang around the house for a little bit, but they're going to head to the park for a couple hours. So you'll probably hear some girly noises in the background. Farm Chick, going to be a great weekend. Crawfish Festival tomorrow, then a long bike ride. Oh, on Sunday. Nice. I will be working in the editor all weekend. Now, Monday morning, I have some errands to run. So, Monday's going to be another one of those days where I'm either going to do skip the morning stream or skip the afternoon stream, depending on what time I need to run out. And most likely, it'll be a morning stream, run some errands, and then if I have time, I'll stream a little bit before dinner. But I can't get them done today, so unfortunately they do have to wait until Monday. I think. No, oh, I can't say it. I was gonna say I think we're done putting roads in, but no, we're not putting. We're not done putting roads in. So I want to get a couple more roads in on the top of Center Mountain when we put the city blocks in. So sadly, we'll be putting more roads and power poles in. But we're almost done for today. Just got to come straight up and hook up with the other road. Wanted to get this done off camera before I came on today, but I couldn't. So hopefully tonight, if I have some time, I want to clean up a couple folders inside the map, and I'm going to import in a bunch of stuff that I want to work on for the weekend. And we'll see where we go. I think I'm going to work on, I don't think I'm going to work on putting any more, fields and stuff in. I want to get some things built up on the top of Center Mountain and get that area a little bit more finished. Alright, last one of these. Now this pole I may have to move. This pole may be a little bit close to the tracks. I may have to pull this out a little bit further. And if I do that, I'm going to have to adjust some wires, but I'm going to leave it there for now. Alright, let's head over here. So we have a farmhouse here. So I don't want to be there. I think I want to be over here closer to where we come across the bridge straight out. So somewhere in here, we'll put the last railroad silo. And then if I put the railroad silo back here, where's the last farmhouse going to fall? I don't want to go too close to up there because we have one kind of over there. So I'm half tempted to put the railroad silo here, but I won't be tied into a farm. So let me just fly over here a second before I duplicate that railroad silo and drag it back here. I want to see what this piece of property up here looks like and feels like. So we have a house way down there, but it has to be built. We have a house right here, but it has to be built. Put the railroad silo right here. It means we're going to have to put another farmyard and a farmhouse right here, which I can live with. Alright, so let's close global company. Let's open up places. So we want railroad silo 8, but I have to mirror number 6. So let me duplicate that one. And we're going to call it number 8. Now we're going to have to get it moved. Now I'm going to have to slide it around over across the map and spin it around. And then we'll get it into, slide it into place. So spin you to 90. Bring you sort of where we want you. Yeah. This will work. All right. So we have a single track. So let's get you moved this way. It's right about there. Now, do we want to split the property and put the apartment house on one side of the street and the silo on the other side of the street, and then the farmhouse straight up? I think that's how we're going to put it. I think that's where we're going to go. And then we'll figure out our triggers. I'm going to have to slide that apartment over a little bit. So I'm going to leave the railroad silo where it is. Let's move the apartments over a little bit. And then let's come over here. And let's get our farmhouse and silo in place. And the farmhouse will be a placeholder, because I'm going to switch out houses. I'm going to give it a different house, but for now we're going to use it as a placeholder. So the house will probably face the road and pull it back. Just want to sort of get it where I want it. We'll put it here, face the road. We'll give it a yard and a side garage and stuff, and then coming behind it, we'll put in some vehicle storage and what? So let's grab the grain silo. And we'll throw our grain silo in. Yeah, we'll go this direction. And let's give ourselves some room so the house has a little bit of a backyard. So you could put a farmyard in here, or we could put a farmyard in here when we get to it. But that's about where I want my silo. Alright. Let's get the worker triggers in first. Nope. Yeah. We're not doing any. We're not going to be paint. Yeah, I guess we are. Like it's a. Now let's just. Let me paint under here real quick. We're going to have to paint parking lots and stuff in. So just bear with me a second till we get our gravel in. We don't need that much gravel. Alright, you about, ow. Yeah, you're about where I want you. So we're going to need to put in, we're just going to paint in our, our parking lots, our bus driveways and stuff like that. So I'm not going to underpaint this entire set of trains today. Just a little section we're working on. Let's go back one or two. Wow. Go back one or two more poles. Something like that. And I want to get just a little section here of the road underpainted. Just so we could put our, I'm going to have to come down a little bit further. So we can get our parking lot in. And yeah, let me go in each direction a little bit. Just where we're working. And then a little bit in this direction. Alright, now that's done, we'll be able to get our parking lines painted in. Our parking lot painted in. So let's start with, let's just get them painted in. We'll get the triggers in and working. So let me get rid of some of this grass. And we'll put back what we want later. Just get it out of my way for now. Alright, so we're going to need, let me go to concrete. Where am I? Concrete. Alright, so we're going to need a driveway for the bus to come through. And then we're going to need side parking on this side for some cars. And then we're going to bring, we'll bring this road, driveway coming in about here. It's probably a little bit too wide. Alright, so it's going to be parking lot here for this building. Then I'm going to need room for the bus to drive through and come up under here. Something like that. And then the bus will come around and we'll have, we're going to need a parking spot on this side. So I'll just bring it out to the road. So we'll extend this road out and we'll bring it through somewhere about here. And again, this is just rough. This is subject to change. But that's about where we're going to have our buses coming through. And our parking lot for that guy. Then over here, yeah, let me get rid of smart grass. And we'll end up putting it back, but let me just get it out of my way. Alright, so we're going to have, again, it's so hard to see with this monorail. Alright, so let's bring our concrete back to the gravel. I don't want that annoying little strip of grass back there. Yeah, that'll work. So we'll have room to drive around. Put you there for now. And you'll have room to come off of there. And we'll probably just bring the road out there for now. And then it's going to have to extend I want to go out one. Yeah, let's go out one. So, oh, get rid of some of this grass. So come through here. You'll come out about here. Rough. We'll touch it up when we finish this farmland. But something something like that. Alright, now we get our triggers in. So apartment 8 has to mimic number 6. So let me go file, import, maps, placeables, railroad silos. We're going to work on passenger. So I need to mirror 7, I think. So I'm going to go file, export. I'm going to export it out as number 9. I'm going to delete that one so I don't make any changes to it. I'm going to bring in passenger 9. Now we're going to number it 9. And then it has to be at 205.004. And then, yeah, okay, let's flip it around. Let's get our, oh no, where's our bus stop? Bus terminal's on the front side, okay. Alright, so let's get our railroad silo lined up. And our bus will fall into place. So right about there. So we'll go File, Export, Passenger 09. And I'm going to delete it. Let's import it back in. There, it's going to fall right in. That's right where we want it to fall. Now what I'll probably do is put another road straight out so our bus can come in and around. But that'll be a problem for another day. Alright, so Passenger 09. We want, wrong file. We want Ritchie Valley, maps, placeables, railroad silos. I want to mirror, so we mirrored 07. So let's copy that one. We'll rename it 09. Now, passenger, this one should be apartment 7. Yeah, that's apartment 7. So now we have to do apartment 8. So you'll be apartment 8. I3D is 9. So you're apartment 8. And your apartment 8. So mod description, you are 09 XML, and then our items, where are you hiding? Items. We have to take passenger 08. We're going to call it 09. And now I just need my coordinates. And then we are minus 180, 0, 180. Right? 11,217 minus 180, 0, 180. Perfect. So now this should spawn in right where we want it. So the apartment one is done. Now the railroad one, I want to mirror. Let me go in here and look. So we want to mirror railroad 06 and make it railroad 08. So we're going to go File, Import, railroad 06. I'm going to go File, Export. I want to export it out as RR08. Delete that one. And we're going to import in number 8. There we go. We're going to call it number 8. And then you are going to end up with, where's my extra trigger for, where's my extra trigger for the silo? I don't see you. Are you under the ground? Or did I pull the wrong one in? So my unload, I need one for, you are the train. You are where? Oh, it's way out there. So this is probably backwards. Yeah, you're backwards. You gotta get spun this way. 2, 0. And I should put my extra triggers, yeah, over there. Perfect. So let me get this close, and then we'll tweak it a little bit. We may have to move a couple single triggers around, but this will get us close to where we want to be. So there's our truck trigger. There's our truck trigger. Our train trigger is almost perfect. Slide you out just a hair. Alright, so our train trigger is going to line up. Our truck triggers are going to line up. So the only thing we have to fix now are the triggers for our silo. So input. I don't want to touch that one. That's the one I want to touch. So let's fly over here. When we get this done, we're going to import a couple things into the map, and we're going to work on a fun little project today. I am so done with railroad silos. As soon as we get them tested. Alright, so I want this guy. He doesn't even look level. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's one of those days where I wish I stayed in bed. Alright, so why are you so high? Because you're at this weird, so let's go to 0, 0, and 0 and see where that puts you. Yeah, it's at this weird angle for some reason. Alright, let me just mess around with the individual components now because it's definitely messed up. Alright, so there's our exact fill route. So that should be our unload trigger done. Now our output, there's another one floating over there somewhere. This one. Oh, here. Okay, that one has to stay. This is the one we want. There we go. Getting close. Now, is this grain silo the wrong size? It is. I want to bring it back down to 1. Now I can get my trigger adjusted. You? No. You? Yeah. I gotta come on this side so I can see my gizmo. Alright, so that trigger should now be lined up. Alright, so our triggers should be done for the silo and the railroad. Okay, so they look good. Where's our map position? Right there, that's good where it is. Alright, so now I can take Railroad 08. We can export it back out. And then let me delete it. Bring it back in. And it's going to fall. Yeah, it's going to fall right into place. Alright. So now we take Railroad 06. We make it Railroad 08. And it's going to be Silo 08. I3D 08. Silo 08. And Silo 08. So that's going to fix our railroad silo. Now I need mod description. Railroad 08. And then we need items. Railroad 07. It's going to, we want it running off the 08 XML. And now I want my coordinates. And then we're going to leave it at 206. Now our rotation is minus 180, 0, minus 180. Alright, I think, let's delete that out. Let's give it a save. While it's saving, I'm going to grab a sip of coffee. We're going to go in, we're going to test these signals, and then we're going to be done with the railroad silos for a little while. Until it's time to come back and landscape it. Take a quick peek outside. Okay, they're still floating around the house somewhere. Alright, let's go in game. Where am I here? Now, our monorail should not throw any errors today. I spent all morning, well, part of the morning before my appointment, rebuilding it. Oh, excuse my big yawn. I don't think I swear I only got like 2 or 3 hours of sleep last night. Even the coffee's not working today. Alright. So now on, where are we? North center of the map. There we go. So we have apartment 8, railroad silo 08. Perfect. And these are going to be our last sets of triggers for railroad. So before we test it, let's check the log real quick. And make sure there's nothing obvious. And nothing obvious. Perfect. Alright, so let's grab some cash. And some speed. Now, store delivery mod. And we'll start off with the bus. And this apartment building is preloaded with some workers. Yeah, I'll work on this road a little bit once we come over here to landscape this. We gotta get the rest of the train crossings in, but this we should get to start filling. Okay, we should get a start filling. Okay, what happened to our triggers? Oh, it's way out here. Okay, so we're gonna have to there we go. I'll have to put some little squares on the ground. Okay, I had it there for a minute. There we go. Alright, so we can fill the bus. Can we empty the bus? There we go. We can fill the bus, we can empty the bus. I'll put some squares on the ground. I'm a dingbat. Hello, old man. How are you today? I am all out of sorts today. I'm a very routine person. Like, my morning routine has to be the same, like, every single day. And when something throws my morning routine off, it, like, completely messes my entire day up. And my morning routine got thrown off today, and it's just, yeah, we'll leave it at that. I'm all out of sorts today. We'll leave it at that. But it is Friday. Alright, tipper. And we're on the last railroad silo. Thank God. Alright, so what do we have that we want to throw in here? Let's throw something unusual in here. Let's throw in some, we'll throw in some rice. Not so good. Relax and enjoy. I've got way too much to do to relax and enjoy. My relaxing and enjoying is actually working in the editor. And my morning routine got thrown off, and I missed like 5 or 6 hours worth of work on the map this morning. or I would have had all of this done off camera this morning and we would have started some fun projects today. Alright, so we should have rice, so this trigger should now work. Rice, perfect. So let's empty our truck. Now, this silo should also be turned into, or tied into, what is going to be our farm silo. Memelar, hello. Thank you for stopping in, taking time out of your day and saying hello. Always much appreciated. So that railroad silo should now be tied in with what's going to be this farm silo. So I should be able to load and unload the same rice we just put into that silo here. And we can. And I should be able to unload it. Perfect. Alright, so we have our truck, all of our truck triggers are working. So let's try, make sure our liquids work. Here. So again, this, since they're both tied together, I can transfer from truck to train or train to truck. Let's grab some, we'll throw a load of diesel in here. And if you are just joining us, this is the last railroad silo we're getting into the map and working. So this is silo number 8. And it has been a very long week getting all these railroad silos in and all the triggers working. Alright, so now I should be able to unload my liquid here by truck or by train. So same diesel should be in here. Good. So I'm going to empty my tanker. And then this silo again is tied into our what's going to be our farm silo. And since our railroad silo holds the liquids, our farm silo will hold the same liquids. Map is looking great. Well, thank you. It's slowly getting there. Progress has not been going as quickly as I would like, but we're getting there. So we're going to make this silo look a little bit different eventually once we get to build in this area, but for now it's a placeholder. My triggers are going to work. There we go. So all of our truck triggers are working. Now we just need to check our train triggers. So what train do I want? I want train 3 and monorail 3. So this is monorail 3. Where are we? We're going to have to drive all the way around. So we're going for a monorail ride today, till we get all the way up to the north side of the map. And our monorail, we can move workers around the map on. So this is a working train. And this working train will move our workers around. And I spent all morning, well, part of the morning before my appointment, rebuilding the monorail and getting all the errors out of it. Yeah, as soon as we get these railroad silos tested, we're going to work. I'm going to import a couple things into the map, and we're going to work on a fun little project on the top of Center Mountain, just to do something a little bit different. Alright, so we're coming into the south side of the map, which is apartment number 6, which is our worker storage. And it's also railroad silo 6. So I'm going to slow down, and the very first car behind the engine, if I push the right button to slow down, we're going to fill with workers because we need them on the north side of the map. And we don't want to drive all the way over there with the bus. So we go to our apartment complex, and this area is not finished. These are placeholders for now. So we go to apartment 06. We're on our first train behind, or first car behind the engine. I'm going to get a start filling, and we're going to load that car up with workers. There we go. So I'm going to flip back now to the second car behind the engine, which is the middle car. And we're going to work our way back up to the north end of the map, where apartment 8 is. And then it takes forever to get around a 16x map. So 3 trains, 3 monorails. Now on the, what side are we on? We're on the west side of the, coming up on the west side of the map is apartments building number 7 for worker storage, and train silo number 7. So we're going to make a stop there on the way. And I think eventually we're going to end up adding some more roads through here. Get a little bit closer, I'm going to start slowing down. So I want to fill some passengers in on that second car back from the engine, or workers. Keep calling passengers, but out of habit because it's a passenger train, but they're really workers. And again, this apartment building in Silo is not finished. It's just functioning for now. But my second car back, I should get a start filling. There we go. So our second car back, we're going to fill up with workers. So our third car, if you can see it, I can't really zoom in. So the third car back is still empty. So right there, I can transfer from monorail to monorail or monorail to bus or bus to monorail. So let's head up north and let's test this last silo that we just built. Oh, cool. There goes the other monorail. Still have a little bit of work to do on those islands that are far out from the water or in the water. So a little bit of work to do on the map border. I want to add some more land so it looks a little bit more filled in. So now we're heading to the north center of the map, which is now apartment, worker storage apartment building 8 and train silo 8. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unload the first car, the second car, and then we're going to test the third car. So I'm going to hit the brakes. And if I don't pass the trigger because I'm going too fast, we will offload our second car. Oh, perfect. We got this. So our trigger's working. Then we'll offload the middle car. And then we'll test the third car. I should get a start filling on the third car. Right there. So we'll fill our third car with workers. And then I can empty my third car. So monorail is working for number 8. So number 8 is, now we just have to test the train for number 8, which is this one. And again, we're on the complete opposite side of the map than we need to be. So we're going to go for another train ride until we get up north. Because we're coming across the southern end of the map. We need to be on the northern end of the map. And again, you can transfer from train station to train station. I'm just not going to stop here. But if you want to get something from the southern end of the map to the northern end of the map, you can put like diesel in the first tank car. You could throw milk in the second tank car. You could throw like wood chips in the first open car, wheat in the second car, rice in the third car, cranberries in the fourth car, and you can haul 6 different products across the map. And if I really, really wanted to, which I'm not going to do, is we can actually add a passenger car to the train, and we can haul workers around on the bottom level instead of the monorail. But the main goal today is to get this last railroad signal, or silo, tested. Wow, 2 o'clock Central Time, and I felt like I've got absolutely nothing done today. Now we are on the west side of the map, so we're coming up on Railroad Silo 7, but we're not going to stop. We're just going to cruise on through. And then here we can transfer from train to train, train to truck. So right there, 2 different trains meet. I like the idea of the workers on the monorail and all the goods on the lower train. Farm chick, yeah. I'm going to leave it that way, but if we really, really wanted to, I can add a passenger car to the lower train. It wouldn't look as good. I gotta get that beam out of the middle of the tracks. So as soon as we test this last silo, number 8, we are done with railroad silos. They're all in and working. Or in and functioning, I should say. Let me start slowing down. Now, I still need to adjust the cameras on the train and the monorail because I can't zoom out as far as I want. I want to be able to zoom out so I'm over the last car. So that still needs to be fixed. But we are on that first tanker behind the engine, and I should be able to load and unload diesel. Stop. Back up a hair. There we go. Start filling. Diesel. Perfect. So liquid triggers are working. Let's go back to that first open car. And then let's find our rice. Or wood chips. There we go. Now our bulk is working. So I can load and unload my bulk. So all the railroads are in and functioning. All of our apartment storage for our workers are in and functioning. So we can fill our bus. We could transfer from bus to monorail or monorail to bus. And then we can haul them off to the factory that requires workers. Alright, let's get out of here. We'll check the log. Let me untangle my Xbox One controller. Alright, I want to... Let me go into the log first. Because I want to make sure that... Yeah, see, the only error we have now is the driving dust. This worker bus animation is an easy fix. That's a mod. Damn it, I still have this error. I thought I fixed that this morning. I worked on the monorail all morning to get rid of this error, and this error is still there. I literally rebuilt the monorail this morning to get rid of that error. That error is not coming from the monorail. That error is not coming from the tanker. I don't know. I'll mess around with that off camera. I thought I had that error gone this morning when I was testing. So it's got to be a mod now because I didn't get it in the map earlier. So that has to be mod throwing an error. So now I got to come in and check just the tanker without touching the train and see if I get that same error or not. But that's a problem for another day. But I want to call Railroad Silos done. So let's go to, I want to work on a fun little project. My brain needs a break from XML work. So let's go to, I want to open up the homestead map. Yeah, this error has me stumped because, like I said, I thought it was the monorail. Rebuilt the monorail. When I tested just the monorail this morning, that error went away. I didn't touch any other trains. I didn't touch the truck. I just messed around with the monorail, and that error wasn't there. So there's got to be another error with the train or something. But what I want is I want this house. So we're going to go File, Export, Ritchie Valley, New Buildings. Now, this folder's a mess until I get a bunch of stuff deleted. So for now, I'm just going to want to call it A1. It'll be right on the top. I'll know right where it is. And then I want to grab this dock. Platform. Oh, are you not connected? You're not connected. So which one do I want? Let's grab this section. So I'm going to go File, Export. I'm going to call it just A2. And I want to grab this guy. And we're going to call it, we'll just call it the Skidoo. I don't need a water plane because I have one. So the house I need, the dock I need, that I have. I want to grab I don't want to do the sailboat yet. That's a project for another day. I want to grab over here. I want this motorboat. So we're going to grab this guy as well. I want that guy, and I thought I don't think it's in this map though. I thought I had another house up on like stilts, but we can make one, that's no problem. All right, let's get out of here for a minute. Let's go back to Ritchie Valley. New buildings. Now I need to check A1. That's all dollar data. I don't need to fix anything there. A2 is all dollar data, so we don't have to fix anything there. Motorboat. Motorboat, we have some textures to fix. So come back here to new buildings, textures. We move these three textures into here. And then we come back here and that folder gets deleted. And that's going to fix our texture path for the motorboat. So motorboat should be fixed. So the last thing we need to fix is the Ski-Doo. And they're dollar data. So I don't need to mess with that. So why did a weird shader pop up on, oh, I know why. I was messing with fill planes this morning. I can delete that. Alright. So all of our textures are fixed. So let's go over here to Center Mountain. We're going to take a break from railroads and houses and silos today. Well, not houses, but railroads today. I want to work on this square here between the track and the road. So this square here I want to work on today. Now the first thing I want to do is I want to get rid of the rest of the grass that's in here. We can put it back along the road, but what I want to do, we're not going to need it. And whatever grass we decide to keep, it's not going to be much. We can paint it right back in. Now, I'm not going to make this buildable because I want this to be open. I want this to be part of the map when you spawn in. So this is not going to be buildable. This is going to be in and functioning. Perfect. So let's grab. We're going to go to places. We're going to let me duplicate one or two so I have a couple spares. Alright, so we're going to go Central Lake. And we're going to start working on a big lake right here. And I'll probably put a cell point in here. And we'll probably make you build the cell point, but for the most part, I want a lake up here. So we're going to go to one of the water fields. I'm going to grab that water plane. I'm going to duplicate that water plane. Oh, and we're going to scroll all the way up to the top. And we're going to go edit, cut, paste. And I'm going to plop it here for now. Alright, so let's get you turned this way. Get you slid over. Now it can be a little bit long because I don't mind it sticking over the road because you're not going to really see it. It's not going to hurt being a little bit bigger than I need. Let's drop it below the ground for now. Now, bear with me a second. I want to see if I can, if I have a mod. I don't know if I kept it or I deleted it. And I may have to go back in and re-download it. Bear with me a second. I'm going to throw you all on. Let me throw you all and be right back. Bear with me a second. I want to go to. I don't know what modding site I got it from, so just bear with me a second. I want to see if I can find a mod. I want to see if we can work it into the map. And if I can't find it, then I'll make it a project for another day. Category Farm Sim 19 search. Alright, that's not what I want. There we go. Where is it coming down from? Oh, okay, it is downloading. So just bear with me so I can download this real quick. Let me throw it in my mods folder. My downloads. Copy. Paste. Okay. Sorry, I don't want anything weird to pop up if I jumped on ModHub US and it brought something weird in. Now what I want to do is I want to test something first. So what I want to do real quick is we're going to go, I know the top of my mountain is 206. I want to go to 205. And I just want to make, and we'll fix this better later, but I want a perfectly level area right now to test something on. And I don't need a really big area, but I just want to test something. But I want it perfectly flat. So that's why I'm at, and we're going to have to play with the height of the land, and we're going to have to play with the height of the water for a couple minutes. But I'm basically one block under the surface of the map on the top layer. So for now, I'm going to take the water, I'm going to make it invisible and make sure I'm perfectly flat. I am. All right, let's save this. And then we're going to play around with the height of the water and the height of the land here in a minute. I want to see if something works. And then we may expand this a little bit bigger than I wanted to and make it a gigantic lake instead of a small lake. We may go another block. Even if I have to delete a traffic spline and put it back in and put a bridge in, we may go another block. Let's jump in game a minute and see if my crazy idea is even going to work. So I'm going to delete save game 8. We're going to start a new save game. Now the water is definitely too high, so I know I'm definitely going to need to lower the water in the land a little bit. But this is just the first test. Alright, now let me throw some cash in here. Now I have no idea where this mod is. Right, oh, it's missing texture, it looks like. Yeah, it's missing texture. This is a mod that I just downloaded. All I did was stick it in my mods folder. I think, unless you have to, oh, you got to color it yourself. Okay, that works. Oh, I can live with that. We have a tuned engine and a basic engine. Let's buy this. And does it come with a trailer? No, it doesn't. I thought it came with a trailer. But we're going to head over here. And we may... Alright, so this... Oh! Nice. There we go. Oh, it's going to sit right on the water, too. Oh, this is going to be perfect. So I want to make a big lake here that we can run our jet ski around on. Oh yeah, this is going to be even more fun than the monorail. If I can get myself back up. Come on. Oh, nope. Let's turn our strength on. Oh, sure, I'm making it worse now. Come on. Okay, we'll just buy a new one. Main color, orange. Design color, yellow. Nah, main color, we'll go with orange, and then there we go. Oh, am I going to go upside down again? No, stuck the landing this time. But I want to build a big lake here that we can drive our ski-doos around on. Oh yeah. The only thing we have to mess around with is the height of the land and the height of the water a little bit. So I do want to, actually it might be, I may not even touch it. We may leave it right like it is. Alright, let's get out of here. Or I'll be driving that thing around all day. Alright, so now, what do I want to do? I am so tempted to make some changes here. I am so tempted. Or do I want to move that to a bigger location? Oh man. Let's dig this out and see. Let me go back and let me dig this out. Let me make this invisible. Let me dig this out. Let me go back in game and see if this is going to give us enough room. If not, I got an idea. But I really wanted this here on the top of the mountain. I didn't want it anywhere else on the map. But that is a jet ski mod that is on modhub.us. Now what I'm thinking about doing is if this doesn't give us enough room, what I'm going to do is we're going to try this here first. But what I'm thinking about doing is taking out these couple of electrical poles so there's no wire running this way. I'm going to leave the road here but put in a bridge here, small bridge, and then take the road out and then open up this lake all the way over so it's like 2 city blocks. And if I do that, then I can make it a little bit more narrow. We could put houses all the way around it, and then I could put another sell point in on this corner with a jet ski rental, and we can run all of our jet skis out of a sell point. Because I have a feeling this little area is not going to be big enough. And I really want this on the top of the mountain. Alright, so let's make our water visible again. Let me save this. Let me see if this is going to be big enough. I have a feeling I'm going to take that road out and we're going to put a bridge in. And we're going to make the lake a lot bigger. We're going to turn it into a little resort with houses. Let me make sure that jet ski mod isn't throwing any errors while I'm waiting for that to save. No, that jet ski mod is good. Not throwing any errors. Alright, let's try that again. And then I want to try something with that same jet ski. Actually, I'm going to try two things. We're going to try the lake. Then I'm going to try the big canal running around the mountain and see if the jet ski sinks or floats, or if it runs on top of the water. Now, if the jet ski runs on top of the water on the big canal around the mountain, I may change my plans. So let me grab a little bit of cash. Not that I need it, but let's head over here and let's move our store delivery mod, so I don't have to drive the jet ski over. So for now, right here, throw my store delivery mod right there. Let's grab this jet ski and let's go, I don't care, nice and bright. We're taking the tuned up engine too. So now, is this lake going to be big enough? No, this lake's going to be too small. Alright, so I want to try something else. Let's go down by the water. Where do I want to go? Let's head over here, over by the water field. We're not going to have any easy. All right, for now, I'm going to throw. This is going to be dangerous. Let me throw my store delivery mod over here a minute. I want to buy another one of those. Where'd the second one go? Oh, it went under the water. So that's not going to work. The bottom canal is going to be too deep. So do I have a vehicle in the water? Yep. It's too deep. Alright, that's not going to work. Let me come over here. Let's throw it. Let me throw my store delivery mod up top here a second. And let me reset that again. So it comes up over here. Now, can I? Nope, you're going to be too deep. So the canal's going to be too deep. So it's going to have to be a shallow lake. All right, so that tells me which direction I want to go. So the canal's going to be too deep to drive the jet ski. But the lake is not. But the lake's now going to be too small. Now, do I want to keep it on? I really want to keep it on top of the mountain, but that is definitely not going to be enough room. So let's do this. Let me make that invisible so it's not right in our face. We are going to make some slight changes over here. And the first thing I want to grab is a bridge. And I may change this back, we may hate it, but I want to grab a bridge. Does that give me the whole bridge? That does give me the whole bridge. So I am going to duplicate that bridge. I'm going to throw it. Yeah, we've got it. If I want to use this, we're going to have some major Alright, so my length, which are you? Are you my, no, you're my width. That has to stay 0.8. We're getting closer. Getting closer. Getting closer. So let's go a little bit longer. 0.25. No, 0.21. Now we gotta bring her down like so. Because what I can do is I can expand the lake over. We can get rid of the road, which will allow our jet ski to come through. Alright, I'm not going to move the electrical wires just yet, but for now, just for now, we're going to take this section of road, and I can undo this really easily, but for now I'm going to take this section of road, and I'm just going to slide it. I'm going to slide it out of my way. So it's going to go just there for now. We're going to take, crap, I got to find that piece of water. We're going to take this piece of water. Now I'm going to stretch it out. So it's like so. I don't want to mess with the height, but now I can take our lake and again, this is just all experimenting, but we can bring our lake over here. And it's going to look weird when I go in game because you're going to have parts of the road in the way, you're going to have parts of the electrical system in the way, but I just want to test this and see if this is going to give us enough room to have fun with. Because we're going to build, if it works out well, we're going to build a sell point and jet ski rental, and we're going to build these jet skis into the map. Let me get rid of, yeah, let's get rid of, oh crap, let me go to subtract. Let's get rid of some grass so we're not driving through grass. Alright, that'll work for now. Alright, oh, I gotta turn this back visible. Alright, let me do another quick, let's click off of it for a minute. Let's do another save. See if that's going to give us enough room to have fun with the jet ski. And I'm going to make the lake a little bit narrower so there's more land all the way around it. And because we'll surround the entire lake by houses, and then we'll put a jet ski rental in. So we'll fix the road, we'll fix the electrical system, we'll get all that stuff out of our way, we'll get it looking good. The water's not going to be wide enough, I can see that now, so I'm going to have to make the water a little bit wider. So as soon as it saves, I'm going to make the water wider and then resave it. Alright, so bear with me a second. This has to go wider. so you are, which scale is my width? I think this one? Yeah. Alright, that one should be better. Yeah, that's going to be better. Let me save this. Do I have... Got a few watching. Not a lot. It's quiet for Friday. Now, what I may do is I may drop the water a little bit, another half a block, and I may drop the land another half a block, which is going to give us a little bit more shore. But then the jet ski should still work. But let's give it another go. So let's jump back in here. Alright, so again, I'm just going to grab some cash. Grab some speed. I'm going to move my store delivery mod over here though. And again, this is going to look weird because it's unfinished. But let's grab this guy. Our main color. We'll go with blue, nice blue and gray. There we go. So now you can come over and rent a jet ski for the day. And then you can come over and mess around. Yeah, now we're going to have enough room. Now we're going to have enough room. Now don't hit the bridge because it's going to kill you. Because there should be a collision on that bridge. Should be a collision on this bridge, so it's going to put a hurting on it. Oh, it just comes to a dead stop. Alright. I thought it was going to flip it and throw it out of the water. Oh yeah, this is going to be nice. So it is sitting right on the water. Now I want to take the shore. Actually, no. That's going to give us enough room. I'm not even going to mess with it. The water's going to be at a right height. The land is going to be at a right height. We can put some nice... We can put about 3 or 4 of these jet skis in. Alright, this is going to work. Let's get out of here. Alright, now let's get some actual work done. So now we can do is I can get rid of, alright, so this guy is going to be too big. So he's going to have to go. This guy, oh, I should have saved that 50. Alright, hold on. I'm going to put this 50 back in. Yeah, we're going to put this 50 back in. I'm going to slide it over here for now. I'm going to take this section, which is now going to be too big. So this section is going to get deleted. This section is going to come over here, and it's going to fill the gap between the bridge and the road over here. So we're going to go 1.2, 1.1. There we go. So that's going to fill that gap. I just need a 20. Perfect. So we're going to take you. I'm going to duplicate you. We're going to put you here, but we're going to make you a little bit longer. And we're going to have to take our bridge. Bridge. Is going to have to probably go a little bit longer yet. Yeah, so that's going to have to go a little bit longer yet. So where's my length? Right here? Yeah. So you're going to go here. Where's my width? You're going to go, yeah, you're going to be right about there. Now, we're going to have to get rid of some electrical system. So you are that one. Perfect. So let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of that box. Now what does that leave us on this side? So our electrical system's perfect. So that can go like that. And then over here, we could take this one. We're going to pull this one back. We're going to get rid of its wires. We're going to leave it end right there, and we'll take the previous one, and we got to make them a little bit shorter. There we go. So that's going to get rid of the road. That's going to get rid of the electrical system. This section of road we're not going to need. So I'm going to delete it. Now, I don't want the lake, I can fix the lake as we go. So what I want to do is on this corner, and this is not going to be the same, so we're going to have to paint this in as one farmland. Do I have the sports bar? So Ritchie Valley, new buildings. Did I bring the sports bar in? I did. Perfect. So we're going to go, let me close some of the stuff we don't need open. So I don't need global company open. I don't need the roads open. I don't need the bridges open. That's good. File, import. I'll bring the sports bar in. we're going to make some adjustments to it. I'm going to go edit, cut, paste, and we're going to put it, we're going to definitely make some adjustments to it. So let me spin it this way to 45. We're going to have to adjust the water as we go. But I want to set the sports bar in place first. Now, am I up a little high? Am I going to have to come down? Or is it going to sit right where I want it? No, I think the height is good. And we're probably going to rename this something else. But I'm going to leave it to sports bar for now. And I want it all right on this corner. Now, so let's fix this up a little bit. I like the water tower next to it. I don't know why, but I like the water tower next to it. So we're going to keep the water tower. May make it a little bit smaller, but I like the water tower. All of the tables on the back side, we are going to delete for now. We can put them back later. I'll probably get rid of most of them. I can get rid of all the ones on the back side for now. Okay, which one are you? There's always one. All right, I'll just click on it. You can go. All right, so, and then the fence. Oh, I don't know. Let's get rid of, I'm going to keep that section of fence for now. The fence over here, though, going this way has to go. Alright, so that'll work for now. We'll adjust the water here in a second. So let's bring, so the top of my mountain is 206. So let's go back to 206 for a minute and replace. Let's bring, and I'm going to go to round. Alright, let's bring part of our land back right here. For now. I just clicked on something weird and I just wanted to make sure I didn't adjust the land somewhere else by accident. So turn off. There we go. Now what I want to do is I'll probably have to get rid of these lights. So these lights are going to go. So you're going to go. We're going to put different lighting in. You're going to go. You can go. And for now, you can go. Now I want to go to File, Import, and I think I called it A2. I'm going to drop it just there for now. I got to close. Alright, hold on. This whole mess has to get closed. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to take an empty transform group. We're going to go Edit, Cut, Central Lake, Paste, and I want to put it right there, and I'm going to call it dock. Now I can take this guy and we're gonna go up here. There we go. We're gonna go edit, cut, dock, paste. Now we're gonna start building a dock and a jet ski parking. And we may have to adjust this as we go, but for now we're going to start with this. But again, I want as much water as I can, so I'm going to pull this back, and then we can adjust the water to it. Now I just got to get the height right. Yeah, you've got to come down. To about there. Alright, now let's see what I think I want to do is we're going to make some slight adjustments to this even more. Unless I can get 2 jet skis in there. Question is, can I get 2 jet skis in there side by side, or am I going to have to go a dock, an open slot, a dock, an open slot, and just adjust these down? So for now, we're actually going to go in and we're going to do another quick test and see if I can get 2 jet skis in there side by side. So what I'm going to do first, though, so I'm going to go back to 205, and I don't want the water sticking, or I don't want the land sticking under the dock, so I'm just going to push that back a little bit for now. And let's do another save. We can get in game. I need to get 2 jet skis in there, and then we can adjust our dock. That'll tell me how much I need to adjust the dock. So what I'll probably do is once we get this built, I'm going to buy probably 3 or 4 jet skis, and we're going to park them there, and they'll be part of the new. So when you go in, if you start as new farmer mode, they'll be part of your starting vehicles. And then you can come in here and just mess around with your jet skis. Take a worker, set them off, have them harvest your wheat field, and come over here and ride the jet ski around. It looks like I'm going to be able to only get 1 in a slot, in a slip. So I'm probably going to have to spread this across and go bore to space, bore to space. We're probably going to have to move that around a little bit. But I want to see if that's enough room to park them in. And I want to drive over that bridge, make sure we didn't mess anything up with the roads or the collision. So we're going to take a truck up and over that bridge, and then we'll test the jet ski parking. Alright, so let me grab a little bit of cash. Let's rent a truck. Oh, wrong one. Let's rent a truck first. Or buy it, it doesn't matter. And let's take and make sure there's no issues with the bridge. Yeah, I gotta move that light pole. Alright, so we gotta adjust that light pole a little bit at the end of the bridge. So I come over here. Should have turned my speed on. And come over here. Yeah, part of this fence is going to go. So for now, let me grab my... Oop, that ain't going to work. Store delivery mod. Right there. And let's grab... jet ski. And perfect. I want to see, can I get one in here? Or could I get two in here? I think, oh, I can get two in here. Perfect. So we'll have a couple jet skis parked here. So when you start the game, there'll be a couple jet skis parked here. I don't even have to adjust the dock. That's gonna work out better than I expected. So we'll have a couple jet skis parked. Now I'm gonna have to get Papa Smurf to logo them up. So yeah, we can definitely get a couple jet skis parked in here. So when you start the game, they'll be sitting here in new farmer mode. And then you'll be able to jump in here and have some fun. Yeah, that's going to work. Okay, so we don't have to make any adjustments to the dock, maybe just a hair lower. Will the lake only have jet skis, or will it have the boats from the boathouse as well? We're going to mix it up. We're going to put a little bit of everything in it. We're going to put some rowboats in it. I'm not going to put the sailboat up here, but we're going to put some of the rowboats in. Now, they won't work. Now, what I could do is I can go on... Alright, hold on. Let's see if we can have even a little bit more fun. Let's go to... Before we finish that area, let's jump back on Mod Hub. Let's go to... Alright, so now I can come down here. I can go... let's go boat, and let's see what pops up. I know there's a couple like jet skis, like a water boat, but I don't know if they actually work. Are you just a... Oh, you're not. Hold on. Let's take a look at this one. Direct download. Alright, so that one's downloading. Let's take a look at what else comes up under boats. Goldcrest Valley Marina boat. Let's download a couple of boats. Let's see what this one looks like. Oh, mods.2. I don't download anything from any kind of weird modding sites. Let's take a look at this one. Direct download. Yep. Let's take a look at this one. That one I don't like. That all we have under boats? That's all we have under boats, right? Which one do you look like? Are you a boat and a trailer, or are you just a boat trailer? No, you're a boat and a trailer. Direct download. Let's take a look at that one. And let's go to here. Page 2. That one's definitely too big. Fishing boat. What do you look like? What's this download? Direct download? Direct download. Okay, that's going to give us 4 boats to play with. Or maybe canoes. I'd like to get some boats that actually work that you can just go out and have fun on. So that gives me 4 more boats. So let's go to... let's go to my mods folder for the map we're building. Let's go to download. So let's grab the fishing boat. I thought I downloaded 4. This one. Let's go copy, paste. Let's jump back in here before we spend a lot of time building this. And see if any of these other boats actually work. So save game 8. So there's 4 boats we need to find in the shop. And we can build a boat ramp so you can back your boats into the water. And if this works out well, we'll build another one like on the north end of the map somewhere, and then on the south end of the map somewhere. Because we have a 16x map, we've got a lot of land to fill. Alright, let's throw some cash in here. Now let's grab a little bit of speed. Now, what do we have? Oh. Alright, so we have this guy. So that's the first one. Now, where are the rest? Under cars, miscellaneous. Okay, we have this one. But you're just going to land on the ground. You have no trailer. So I'm going to hold off on you. There's our jet ski. So that's all that's under. What do we have under miscellaneous? Nothing there. We're missing 2 boats. What would they be under? Miscellaneous. Alright, here's one more. Actually, hold on. Let's make it a little bit easier on ourselves. So what do you look like? You actually look pretty cool. Let's just do this one at a time so I don't forget where I'm at. Alright, so if we jump in here, can I hook up to this boat? I can. Now the problem is getting the height of the land to the height of the water right so they actually work. That's the biggest issue. I want the jet skis, so that's my number one priority. Are the jet skis. And I'll build a boat ramp so you can back down in here. Right now it's going to be a little bit of rough because the land has a really sharp edge to it and it's not real smooth. But if we back in our boat, without getting stuck. Oh, hold on. Let me switch off, turn off, switch to trains. Now, can I get, is this boat just for show or is this boat you can actually drive? Alright, so this boat you can't drive. This one's just for show. Yeah, that boat don't work. There's no enter exit. So this one is just a fake boat. So that's not going to work. Let me grab my store delivery mod, put it right here. So that boat is just fake. So this one is useless. Cars, this one. If this boat works, we'll get Papa Smurf to logo it up. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. So now we got another boat we could come in here and play around with. Though the motors... Oh, there we go. Even better. I'll get Papa Smurf to logo this up. So this one's a keeper. First one doesn't work. This one's a keeper. Now the first one I can use for decoration. Alright, let's leave you there a minute. Now where were the other ones in this store? Nothing under miscellaneous. Nothing, nothing under cars. So miscellaneous here, what do we have? We have that guy. That's all we have. I'm missing a boat somewhere. I don't think this guy's gonna work, but let's give him a shot. So you're over here, and do you have an enter or an exit? You don't, so you're just for show. Yeah, you're just for show. So we only have that one working boat so far. I don't see where that other boat will be. You're just the one boat, you don't work. There was nothing else under cars. Nothing under miscellaneous. Did you end up under tractors? Nothing under small tractors. Definitely missing a boat. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Yeah, I don't see where this last boat is. So we're only going to have that one of the jet ski and the, unless I'll do a little bit of searching and see if I can find another boat or two. I don't know where that last boat was that we downloaded. It's not under tractors. It's not under trucks. It's not under cars. It's not under miscellaneous. So I don't know where the other boat is that we downloaded. But it's definitely not in anywhere I can find. Oh well. But we definitely have that boat we can play around with. We have the jet ski we can play around with. And then I'll put some other fake boats just driving around the water. So tonight I'll import in a bunch, or tomorrow morning I'll import in a bunch of boats that we can play around with. But for now, we know that the height of our dock and the height of our water is just about right. So I'm going to bring this whole dock down a little bit further. And then we can add to it. And then we're going to have to add in a boat ramp. I want to make this a little, just I think one more wider. I'll give you room to park a couple boats over here. So now we can move the whole thing down. Now I think we're going to go even longer. And I will see if I'll make one of them a little bit wider as well. How much further? Let me go one more. And then we'll go, let me take, I want to make one of these. Oh, you're just one piece. I thought that was two separate pieces. Well, I know the lines aren't going to match, but how would you look if I... Oh, why do you have two there? Are you only one? You're only one. Let's shrink you down. And then let's get you out of the way for now. So you're going to have to get shrunk down. And then you can come back. And that'll give us a little bit wider spot. But what I could do is can make a couple of these a little bit longer for the bigger boats. Alright, I gotta slow down my speed. Yeah, I'm gonna make a couple of these longer. We'll leave a couple of them shorter. And then we'll take our fence and we'll put that about there. You're going to be too long now. Let's take that one back off. We'll pull that one out a little bit longer. And I think I'm going to do the same thing here. Let's take this one. So that one can get deleted. Let's take you. I don't know why I have doubles there. Let's move you down. And actually, let's bring you... Yeah, we'll bring you over there. Something like that. And we'll bring you out like that. And that's why we can park two bigger boats in here. And then I'll probably do this, we'll make one more, let's take this end. There'll be a couple short ones for jet skis. And let's take, we'll make one more. So you, yeah, these, I don't know why these are double. Let's put you there. And we'll slide you out. We'll slide you out. And we could probably get two boats there and one boat there, and then a couple of jet skis. Alright, so we're on 205. So let's push the land back a little bit here. So that's going to be that dock. Now I want, somewhere in here we're going to put a boat ramp. So that means somewhere right about here. No, I don't want it on a train. Let's come over here. That, what I'll probably do is I'll probably push this water out really, really close to the train tracks, and we'll just leave enough room to put some trees in here to separate the train. But let's come over here. Let's go to, let's come down here. Start on this corner. And I got to fix this a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to 206. And I'm going to push the land back in a little bit. And we're going to come over here. For now, we can adjust this as we go. So now we're going to start with our houses. So I'm going to grab, let me close some of this stuff. Alright, let me grab, duplicate it. We're going to need several of those. So I'm going to grab another transform group. Let's go edit, cut, paste. And we're going to call this one houses. We're going to throw the first one here. Let's go file, import. Let's import a house. And if I remember correctly, this house kind of sort of has, yeah. And I want to bring it down, but I don't want to bring it down too far. How do you look on this side? You're still too high. You got to come down a little bit more. So right about there. Yeah. And then we take on this side, we bring in, let's go file, import, let's bring in another platform. But I want to go edit, cut. I want to hook it right to this house. Oh crap, I didn't want to do that. Let's put it right here. And we're going to get it adjusted. So it is an extension of this house. And why do I not have... Okay, that was really weird. Okay, hold on. Let me delete that. Let's go File, Import. A2 should be my dock. Let's go Edit, Cut, House, Edit, Paste. Why is it just a ghost image and I don't have the whole dock? What happened to my platform? What happened to my platform? These are fine. We're just going to have to steal one of these. Let's grab a platform. Alright, let's duplicate that one. Let's take that one. Let's go Edit, Cut. I'm going to put it inside of this house. We're going to paste it in. Now, is it invisible? Why is this platform invisible when I put it inside of the house? I can't put it inside the house. Edit, Cut. Let's put it inside of the transform group and see what that does. I can't put it inside the house for some reason. Alright, let's get you lined up. So I want all these houses on... I know they're probably going to look the same, but I like this house because it just the way it's built with this extra platform. And it's on... To me it looks like a lake house. So if we bring you out as an extension of the house... Lancy boy, thank you for the follow. Oh, because it's in a transform group. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Thank you for taking time out of your day, stopping in, saying hello. Alright, so we're going to take and we're going to hook two platforms to this house. I'm going to have to make one a little bit smaller. So let me bring you down a little bit. Yeah, and now let me bring you down a little bit. And I'll put railings and stuff on. I just want to see if this is actually going to work. So this is going to be what I want to surround this lake with, is this style house with a dock. Now I'll fix the railings and stuff here in a minute, but let me save this. We're going to jump back in game and we're going to see if that boat, I know that we know the jet ski works, but I want to see if the boat fits in this slip or if I'm going to have to make it a little bit bigger. Oh, now I'm really going to have to flip through. Alright, so I had Lancy Boy just popping in. Thank you for the follow. Nikki Fizz, hello. Rob is in the house. Hello. Dixieland is in. Hello. Yeah, it's been one of those days where I've been experimenting and ignoring chat. I apologize. But all the railroad silos are finally in and working. So we have 8 railroad silos in and working. Monorails are in and working. Now I'm messing around with a big lake and some jet skis. So let's And I know I'm going to have to adjust that dock a little bit. Let's jump. Yeah, let's jump back in here. Alright. Hi. So let's grab some cash. Let's grab some speed. Alright, so we know that the jet ski works. But I want to see if the boat slip's going to be big enough for the other boat. So we know we can have a lot of fun with the jet ski. So we already know this fits in our dock. And we know that we can come in here and have a lot of fun driving this thing around. Alright, I'm going to have to bring this height down. Alright, so this house has to come down a little bit lower. But I know I can get this guy in here. We can come off, we can get on our dock. Yeah, this has to come down a little bit. Now, the problem is this boat. This one. How does this one fit? Alright, I'm going to have to make it longer. Yeah, we're going to have to make this one a little bit longer. But the height on this one is going to be fine. So how does it fit in on the double? So we put the double one in over here. Alright, that's going to work. So we can park our jet skis, we can park our boat. Now, the whole dock has to come down. This whole house and dock's going to have to come down. And I got to make it a little bit longer. Rob is playing some Ritchieville tonight and now relaxing on the stream. Dixie's been resting up. Dixie, how's the arm doing? Alright, so what I want to do is let's bring this guy out. Once I get the first one built, they'll be easy to duplicate. So that'll work. So we can park a double boat in, we can park our jet skis in. Now I'm gonna have to bring the whole thing down. That's the lowest I'm going to be able to go. Now the land I can fix. I'm just trying to get the height right before I duplicate and spend hours trying to make these work. Because what we'll do is I'll find a garage, we'll park some garages in between them, and we're going to line pretty much this lake with some boat houses. Now if I take the whole thing and I slide the whole thing out a little bit further, and I can fix the land going up to it, that's no problem. How are you going to be height-wise for the jet ski? Let's see if this is going to be any better. Still sore, but I got this stuff retested. It's okay to go now. Are you gonna put a small swimming area in? I don't know. Can we swim? You can jump in the pool once you built the apartment complexes. There's a nice swimming pool over there. So after you build the apartments, you'll have a nice swimming pool over at the apartments. Alright, one last test. I think I've got the height of the land, the height of the water, and the height of the house is perfect. Rather swim in non-commercial or salt water. You can jump in the canal around the center island, around the center mountain, and go for a swim there, Dixie. Now the jet ski will not work in that canal; it sinks. I didn't try the boat in the canal, but the jet ski sinks in the canal. Alright, again, let me grab some cash. And we'll grab some speed. But the monorails, 3 monorails are working. The 3 trains are in and working. I just need to get the jet ski how I want it. And the land for the boat how I want it. Yeah, so that's going to work out well. Now let's try our jet ski. Here, we'll do some Dixie colors here. Now, how do you fit in here that you're a little bit lower? This is probably the best I'm going to be able to get it. Yeah, this is the best I'm going to be able to get it. So Dixie, you can grab your harvester, you can set it off on a worker, and then you can come up here and you can mess around riding your jet ski around. And then you can come over here and pop over here and have a Bud or Bud Light. Yeah, it's about the lowest I can get those docks. Alright, we're gonna have to live with that. Not my colors. Papa's whacked out colors. I'm gonna have to get see if I can get Papa to work on that jet ski a little bit. Cause last time we looked at it, he said he can get like a plume of water coming up out of the back. So I'll have him look at that jet ski a little bit. Alright, so let's get off of there. Alright, let's get on the empty trans. So that's actually going to work. So we just need to get the rest of the railings in. And then I can duplicate this house. I'm not worried about finishing that sports bar today. But I want to see if I can get a couple of these houses in today. Let's shorten you up a little bit. And then I'm going to have to go back in game because I think there was one other house that had like a raised platform to it in the in-game map. I just got to go back in and find it. That'll work on this side. Yeah, that'll work on this side. Now let's come over here. And let's grab... Yeah, let's come over on this side. Yeah, something like that. And now what I'm going to do is let's come up here. And I can take this whole mess. And we can start putting some of these houses. I know they're going to look the same until I find another house. But we'll put some yards and some landscaping and some stuff in. And then let's grab, let me pull, am I on 206? I'm on 206. Let's pull in a little bit more land here. And we'll bring another one over. And then in between I may put some townhouses. And then that's enough room between there and the sports bar. Now, over here, I gotta move that telephone pole. Hold on, let's fix... I'll come back and fix that electrical. Since I moved the road, I've got to move that electrical system. So let's bring some of our land back over on this side. Let's grab this guy. Oh. Is there a water jump or a racetrack? Not in the water that I know of. Well, we can probably build a ramp. We can definitely build a ramp. I just need to find an i3D for a shark. We could put a shark running around in the water. Alright, now hold on. Before I take this same house all the way around, um, how far? Yeah, alright, that'll actually work because on the backside along the tracks, I'm not going to put any houses. We're just going to fill that in with trees. I'm going to push the water back as close to the track as I could get it, and I'm just going to fill that side in with trees. So I'm going to have houses on 3 sides of this lake. Now there is a let me save this. I think there's another bigger house on stilts, but I've got to jump in the base map and see if I can find it. Now what I could do tonight too, if I had some time, I can export this texture out and change it up a little bit and make like a stone house, a brick house, and make them look a little bit different. All right, hold on. We're going to jump in the main map a minute. And I think it's the DE. Is it the DE map or is it the U? I think it's the US map. I thought there was. Let's head over here. Now I know I have this dock, but I want to see if this house has what I want. That may work. File export. I'm just going to call it A3. I want to look at that one. I thought there was another raised house somewhere right here. Okay, so you're using the same house I'm using. So that's the same one we have, just turned at different angles. Okay. Yeah, that's the same one we have. And then there's a, let me check one other spot. Where's the big horse ranch up here? This one. Maybe. File export. I'm just going to call it A4. Yeah, that's the shop house. That's the one we have. Alright, those are the only two I was thinking of. So let me come over here. Let's go File, Import. Throw you here a minute before I make a transform group for you. How do you look? Now what I could do is I could turn it this way so this edge faces the road, and I can build some docks off of this side. I might be able to work with this just to make it look a little bit different. So let's grab, are we on 206? We're on 206. Let's fill some of this back in a minute. I'm going to take, so that one is, so Central Lake houses. I'm going to grab another transform group. I'm going to throw it here. I'm going to call it house 2. And then let's grab this guy. I will throw him here. So where's the main transform group? The main transform group is like right there, perfect. So let's spin him this way. And I'm just going to pull him out a little bit further than what I need for now. And then let's come over here and we'll grab a platform 2. You've got the extra fences on there. You don't have the extra fences on there. I'm going to grab this one. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. And let's see what we can do with you. Now if we come over here, where do I want to start? What we may end up doing is this. Let's just start on this end. And let's take it, let me do this. Let's take you and let's make you a little bit longer. And then I can take the whole thing and I can slide it under further. You've got a little bit of a ramp coming in. So right about there. Now how do you look if I bring you across? Now I can make him, I can shorten him back up. You, yeah, you're going to have to come in a little bit further. Which I don't mind having them offset. It gives us a little bit longer slip to park our boats in. And we bring you over here. And then we're going to have to bring in one more. So you are going to have to come over here. Well, let me bring you all the way out. Bring you out and I'll shorten you up a little bit. Something like this. Is that? Nope, there's a little bit of a gap there, so you got to come in right about there. And I'm going to leave it because that gives us an extra parking spot. Now, are you a separate? No, you're not. All right. So let's bring in our other railing. And we'll start back here. And I don't mind it being a little bit lower. Alright, so that will work for that side. Now this side, let's bring you over here. Now we'll put decorations and picnic tables and grills and all that stuff on these. I just want to get the basics in. Something like that. That even looks like a lake house. So we could take this middle house over here, we can delete it, we could put another one of those over in the middle. Now I have one more house, so let's bring the lake in a little bit further. Let's bring in, let me just do this first. Let's go, so let's close you. Let's bring in another transform group. I'm going to put it right there. We're going to call this one House 3. So let's go File, Import A4. Let's come up here. And you're going to go right about there. Now, I know you're a lot bigger. And I don't mind the backside being towards the road. And the nicer, actually no, let's see, how do you look if I put you this way? Now I can play around with the land underneath, that's no big deal. So we bring you down, so you're right about there. Now, can I yeah, don't worry about the land for now. Let's come back over here. Let's grab this first. Let's grab this platform. We duplicate that one. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. Now we come over here. Now how low can I bring you, but you still be above the water? I may have to take, no, that's going to be about right. I don't have to make it any shorter. Let's see what that looks. Let's play around with this for a little bit and see what this looks like. Now getting my angle to the house is going to be a little bit tricky. What's the angle of my house? Let's go -70. And then let's take you to 70 and see if you're, no, you're not going to be square to the house. Of course not. I'm going to have to eyeball it. So now we're not square. Hold on. So we'll go back to this first one. And let's just push it under a little bit. Yeah, push these under a little bit further. But try and get them lined up. How is that going to look? That's actually going to work out well. Now I could take this one and we can push this one back in. Gives us a little bit longer boat slip. And then I'll probably do, let's do one more. Yeah. Again, I could push this one back. Now we could take this whole thing and we can turn it where we want it. And we can bring our land. Let me do this. Let's just bring the land out for now. Now, I'm not going to worry about smoothing the edges quite yet. And let's go to 205. And then let's push it back under the dock. Something like that. Now, how do you look? Alright, so we gotta push you back a little bit over here. Well, we gotta get some railings and stuff on here too. Yeah, that's gonna look good too. And I could put a little parking lot in front of it. It's a little bit close to the road, but what we can do here, I got a better idea. Let's come over here. let's push. Let's push. Let me go back to 206. Mazzy 1230, hello. Thank you for stopping in, taking time out of your day and saying hello. Much appreciated. Alright, let us push the land back a little bit there. Now let's grab this guy and let's bring him over here to the corner. And we can make him the focal point of this corner. And we can put a parking lot here. And we can even do like a jet ski rental or something here. So let's put this guy right about here. And now let's push. Yeah, let's do that. Now let's fix the land. Now I know it's not painted and textured and all that yet. Oh, wrong one. Let's go to 205. So let's push this back. Yeah, 'cause I want the water to be sort of even with there. Perfect, on that side. Now this side, let's push it back. And we're going to put a railing on that side. So there's going to be, that's going to be the focal point for this corner. So let's come back over here. And let's take this guy over here in the center. So let me close. Okay, so let's close you. So let's take this one. And we're going to slide him down there for now. Now let's take this guy. I'm going to duplicate him. Let's bring another one over here in its place so they look a little bit different. Now let's pull him in. Something like that. Now, is he going to be sitting up too high? I can adjust the height when we get back in game. We can see what the height looks like. Anyway, he's going to go about there. Then we'll take this guy that I slid out in the middle of nowhere. Now let's get him over here. And let me pull this land out a little bit. Even up this shoreline a little bit. And we'll pull him in. Yeah, so he's about there. I'm going to have to fix these clip distances because that's going to drive me nuts. So let's go with one there. Now if we take you and I bring you over like so. Now we go like this. And I bring another one in. Like so. So that's starting to look good along here. Now let's come over here. We'll take this last corner over here. And let's go back to, okay, we're on 206. Let me pull a little bit of land back right here. And I want to take, not that guy. I want, yeah, this guy. Let's bring one more over here. And I'll adjust the water here in a second. But right about there, this side between the lake and the tracks are going to be all trees all the way across. So we have our lake surrounded by some boathouses. They're not decorated yet, but they're in. Now what I'm going to do over here, I think, is I'm going to put, I want to get like a boat ramp in here where we can drive, you can drive your boats down in to the water. So I have like a concrete barrier wall thing, but I don't have it in the map. So we'll make like a little boat ramp there. And we'll make like a little recreation area between the sports bar and the boat ramp. So 205. So the water on this side is going to be back a little bit further. And then we'll have, let me zoom in a little bit so I don't mess up those ramps. So we'll have boat ramp, yeah. We'll do a little playground here between the sports bar and the boat ramp. So I'm going to leave this space open for now. I'm not going to worry about smoothing the edges around the water yet. But I do want to go back in game. Let's save this. Let's go back in game and see how everything lines up. So I've got something in mind. I can make a concrete boat ramp that goes down into the water with. But I'm definitely going to have to work on those clip distances for those docks because that's going to drive me crazy. Because if I can't see the docks when I'm on the monorail, then I'm going to have to go in and bump up all those clip distances. And I'll do that off camera. Let's see what this looks like in game. The house is way too quiet. Oh, that's because no one's home. Just took a peek out the window, looked in the driveway. Alright, so let's grab some cash, since we can't save the save game anyway. Let's head back over towards the water. So let's grab store delivery mod. Let's grab the jet ski first. And we'll do it up in my nice green and gray. And we'll see what this looks like on the water for our boathouse area. Now, how do you line up? Let me zoom back in. So how do you line up with the docks? Yeah, that's the lowest I'm going to be able to put those docks. Yeah, unfortunately that's the lowest I'm going to be able to put those docks. Now you're underwater, so this whole thing's going to have to come up. I thought this one was kind of low. Yeah, so this whole mess is going to have to come up a little bit. Alright, yeah, just the one house has to come up a little bit. The rest of this I like. It's not decorated and landscaped yet and textured. But this I like. Alright, let's grab this guy. Nope, not that guy. This guy. And let's get you in here. Now, let's see what you look like. Oh, I got a floaty thing under there I gotta fix. So, oh, are you gonna fit in there or are you gonna be too narrow? Oh, look at that, like a glove. So you're gonna fit in there just nice. Now, how do you look from the monorail? So let's find the monorail. Oh, cool, you're heading right back towards the center of the map. So the monorails are in and working. Rebuilt those this morning. They do move your workers around the map. But I want to start slowing him down. I want to see what the view looks like from up here down into the lake. And I want to see what I need to do with my clip distances on those docks. Because if I can't see the docks from up here, that's going to dry. Yeah, I'm going to have to move those. I'm going to have to increase those load distances. But that lake is going to look awesome from up here once we get it landscaped and all the textures done. Yeah, definitely clip distances, load distances on those docks. Okay, let's get out of here. Or I'll sit here and I'll sit here and drive that boat around all day. Dixieland, we're not loud in chat either. Hold on. Let me flip back up here. 'Cause I was ignoring chat. Dixieland. Country girl used to swim in a pond, lake, not seen an ocean yet. And wheels, we're not loud in chat either. Am I really quiet today? Alright, so let me push this back because I was done messing with some shaders earlier, so I just needed that out a little bit further. Alright, so I'll work on those clip distances off camera. I have an idea of something I want to put in right here, so let's start with this corner house way down here. And then let me get, I really want to push this water back as far as I can go along the track. So let me get a couple things real quick. Let me go back to square a minute. Let me get my gravel, not that one. I'm going to get my gravel. Let me get my gravel under the road. Just a little bit in this corner. Actually, I'm going to need to take it all the way out. So let me grab my gravel under this side real quick. So we're going to start playing with some textures and grass and trees and flowers and alright. So what I want to do is I want to get, before I push this land back as far as I want to get it, I want to grab my grass. Actually, no, before I do that, let's get, oh man, do I have a garage sitting over here in my staging area that I can steal? This one will work. So you, yep, that one I want. We're going to come over here. Yeah, we're going to use that. I'm going to duplicate that. I'm going to come up here. We're going to go edit, cut, paste. Put you here for now. Let's turn you so you're pretty much square with the house. Oh, I gotta bring the other one down before I forget. Alright, so I want you, now let's get you down like so. And let's get this ugly little empty spot filled in a little bit. Something like that. Yeah, that'll work. Now, before I forget, this whole mess has to come up a little bit because it's underwater. So how do you look now? Yeah, that's going to be much better. So just got to fill in a little bit of land. But we're working on this guy first. So it's going to have some garages now. Now we can take our, let's come up here, click on something so I get that little gizmo out of my way. Alright, so let's go to round. No, you're fine. What's your comment about your about the house being quiet? Yeah, it's really strange. There's like my sister has it's Easter break for the kids at school today, so my sister has her granddaughter today, and I love her to death, but she doesn't know the difference between an inside voice and an outside voice. All right, I'm on gravel and I want concrete, so I got to back that out. So it's usually when she's over, it's usually pretty loud. But it's unusual for the house to be really, really quiet today. All right, so let's give you a parking spot here. And now let's bring you're going to need a driveway. You're going to need a driveway coming out. Here. And something like, let me go a little bit wider. That'll work. So you have a double driveway going in. We'll put some flowers and trees and bushes and get some parked cars in there in a minute. But I really wanted to get some grass along the tracks so I can figure out exactly where our trees are going to go, so I can figure out exactly how far back I can push our water. And ignore that whole big mess of trees out there. That's just my staging area. Now inside of there, let's take our concrete. Let's bring our concrete under there so it's like a patio. And we can bring our grass. I'm not going to take it right up to the water's, oh, wrong one. I'm not going to take the grass right up to the water's edge yet because I don't have that edge finished. I mainly want my grass right now just along the tracks. I'll stop this one. Just mainly along the tracks for now. Because then I can get my bushy bits in. Oh, I gotta go to round. So I can get my weeds in along the track. For now. There we go. Now I'm probably going to end up erasing a little bit of that grass. Now I want to grab a tree that's low to the ground, but something along, I want to sort of block the view of the train but keep the view open with the monorail. So I'm going to duplicate this transform group so I have some spares. So let's take this one. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. And we're going to call this one trees. Streamlabs. Looks like we have a troll coming in or a bot, one of the two. I want to grab, yeah, spruce stage 4 because it's a nice cover tree. Let me duplicate that one. So let's go edit, cut, trees, and paste. And you're going to be my barrier between the train and the water. And I want to make this fairly heavy. And it's the tree's low enough where I can see with the monorail. And then now I'll know how far I can push my water back. So now we can take my water, and we can bring our water back to about there, or even a little bit further. So let me erase some of this grass back to the trees. There we go. And then I can push, wrong one. Let me go back to replace. I can push this water back as far as I can get it. Now I can start smoothing it out so there's a gradual decline into the water. Now the question is, what do we want to underpaint our water with? Do I want to underpaint it with rough dirt, or do we want to underpaint it with mud? And we're going to do a little bit of we're going to do a little test right here. So that's what the rough dirt will look like. If we go to mud, this guy. Yeah, I think we're going to go with mud. So we're going to eventually I'll get this entire water underpainted. And we'll come back in and we'll see what it looks like on the jet ski. But now what I can do is I can push my water back. Am I on replace? I'm on replace. So now I can push my water back. And I can smooth the edge out. And we'll work up to the bridge for now. Can't go back any further where the bridge is, or it starts messing with my road. But this extra floaty box has to go. Now we can bring our mud around here. For now, and now we can get the rest of our grass and weeds and bushy bits along the trees, and I can get some extra trees in there. So now we go back to square. And let's bring grass back. And now I can go along the water. So now we can take our grass and fix this area. And we'll work our way along the tracks first, and then we'll come back and we'll decorate all those houses. Now, I'm not worried about getting a little bit of grass on the railroad tracks, because in real life there's all kind of grass and weeds and stuff growing in the train tracks. Trust me, I know. I grew up on Railroad Street. And it was called Railroad Street for a reason. When I was a kid, the coal mines were still in operation. And the coal trains used to run on our street. Till I was in about 5th or 6th grade when the mines closed and the trains stopped running. My grandfather actually worked in the coal mines. Alright, yeah, that's perfect. So let's grab our bushy bits along the track. So So let's go back to round. Let's go back to forest grass. And we'll get our weeds along the track. Now, I'm not worried about the other side of the track. That's a project for another day. But I want to get the bushy bits along this side. Alright, something like that. And let's get grass off the bridge. Oh, I've got to go back to subtract. Let's get the grass off the bridge. Alright, now let's grab our tree. And we'll get our trees back. And again, I want this I'm going to put these really close because I want this to be a barrier between the lake and the train. So I'm going to keep these fairly tight. Now the other side between the tracks and our vehicle shop, that's all going to be retail. So we're going to have a big retail commercial district on the other side of the tracks. And yeah, I'm going to leave you there. I'm going to grab a global company I can close. Let me grab a Spruce Stage 3. And I'll throw a smaller tree or two on the end. Alright, that's going to work for that side. Yeah, it's going to be a nice barrier between the train and the lake. So now over here, I'll mess with all these clip distances off camera. Alright, so let's grab, let me close that transform group. I'm going to grab another transform group. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. I'm going to put it right there for now. I'm going to call it Deco. And now I'm going to go to, where do I want to go? Let me fly down here a minute. Richard Farm Inc. Hello. We're working on a massive lake on the top of Center Mountain. And we're having some fun with jet skis and boats and all kinds of good stuff. I want to grab this grill. So I'm going to duplicate that. I'm going to throw it in our transform group that we're working with. So I'm going to go edit, cut, and paste. I want that, and then I want this one of these with the blue umbrellas. So let me duplicate that guy. And let's go edit, cut, decor, and paste. So that gives me two things to work with. Now we're going to come over here. Come over here to our open air fruit market. And I'm going to grab one of these guys. And I'm going to go all the way up here. I'm going to go edit, cut, and paste. And I want to grab one of these open table sets. You still have a little bit of a variety to work with. Edit, cut, paste. So that gives me 4 items in that transform group to work with. And if I want any more, we can come over and steal some more. So we're working with this guy right here for now. So let's grab our canopy, and this guy's the grill. And we'll put one about here. Do I want a second one? This is a pretty big house. Let's go, let's bring in another one. Let's put it down here. And then let's bring in the wooden table. Now, what does your little roof deck look like? What does your little roof deck look like? Yeah, you belong up here. Sorry, I have to do it. Got to throw one up there. Now we take, so that one's here, that one's here. Edit, let's throw you here so you're not floating. Let's throw you here so you're not floating. Alright. That actually, I'm not going to do anything else with it. That actually is going to be right like it is. Now, the only thing I don't know is I don't know if I'm going to like this lake painted with the animal mud. So we're going to do something here real quick. Let me smooth this edge out. I want to paint, am I still on animal mud? Yeah, I'm still on animal mud. I want to paint part of this with animal mud. We're going to go in game and we're going to see what it looks like. So I don't know if I'm going to like it. So we're going to paint part of this with the animal mud. Then I'm going to, let me come over here and just fix, let me smooth this edge out a little bit. And then let me smooth. I'm going to have to fix the railing on this, so I'm not worried about that little bit of water under the house quite yet. But now I want to switch over to, let's go to wet sand. And let's I'm not going to like the wet sand, I can tell you that right now. But let's see what it looks like in game. See what the difference is between the wet sand and the mud. And we'll see which one we like better. So I won't know until we get in game. So let's bring this up here about halfway. And let's go back to our pig mud. And let's paint this half with pig mud. And we'll see what it looks like in game before we finish this lake and see which one we like better. Alright, so let's save this. Let's jump back in game. What is a 16x map? A 16x map is 16 of the base game maps put together. So if you take the base game, I forget what they're called. So whatever base game map it is, the starter map for FS19, this map is 16 times bigger than the base game map. Estefano, thank you for stopping in. Much appreciated. So if I zoom out here, because I'm in the editor, so if I zoom out here, the size of my center mountain, just on top of the mountain, is pretty much the size of an in-game map. Alright, so let's jump into game and let's see what texture we like better. This map looks sick. This map is only about 10% finished. So we have a lot of work to do. We're still a good 2 or 3 months from being anywhere near complete. But yeah, this is going to be an epic map. Alright, let me grab a little bit of... I can't save the save game anyway, so let's grab some cash. Let me grab a little bit of speed. Alright, let's grab a truck first. Oh, wrong one. Let's grab a truck first. Because I want to see what it looks like from the ground first. So this map so far has 3 trains running in it and 3 monorails running in it. And before anybody asks, no, it will not work on console. This is PC only. Yeah, I'm gonna like the feel of this lake. Now let's grab our jet ski and we'll see which texture we like better. The sand or the mud. So let me grab store delivery mod. And let's grab our jet ski. And let's see if we can tell the difference between the mud and the sand. don't like the wet sand. I think we're going to stick with the pig mud for under the water. Yeah, we're going to stick with the mud for under the water. I don't like the sand color. Well, I guess it's not bad. Let me zoom straight up. I know I'm in drone mode, but what do we like better? The sand on this side or the mud on this side for under the water? I guess it really doesn't matter. Wheels, it's 16x more fun. It is definitely 16 times more fun than an in-game map. Yeah, I think we're gonna go. I think I'm gonna go with the sand. We'll come back and we'll paint the wet sand in. I think it's a better look for under the water than the mud. Yeah, we'll go with the sand. Let's see what it looks like in the other boat. See if we can get any better view with this boat. So what's the difference between the mud under the water or the sand under the water? Oh, I'm definitely gonna, I think I like the sand better. Definitely not the grass, that has to go. Yeah, we're gonna put the sand under the water. Let's see what it looks like from the monorail. Where are you at? Are you anywhere near Center City? This one's gonna loop back around. Oh, you're right here. Stop. Stop and back up. Can you transfer stuff on the monorail? The monorail carries workers, and workers are used in our factories. So the monorail holds workers, and you can load and unload workers on the monorail. And then you can move them around the map to your factories. So let me back up a little bit and I'll show you. So on top of the apartment building back here is the apartment complex is a silo that holds workers. And right now for testing, I have it pre-filled with some workers. So I can come over here and that second car back, I can tell it to fill with workers. And it's filling up with workers. And then I can drive them around the map to other locations. So I can pull forward and that next car back, I can fill it with workers. And then the last car, if I pull up a little bit further, I could fill it with workers. So I can move workers around the map on the monorail. And there's 3 monorails. You could transfer workers from monorail to monorail. Global company, yes, everything's on this map is going to run off a global company. The that the apartment complex runs off of just an XML. That one's not running off a global company, but all my factories run off a global company. Bad touch, hello. No, yeah, the apartment complex where I picked up the workers is just a silo. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get a good view of the. Let me back up to where we painted in the mud and the sand, and the sand, and see which one I like better. If I can get a good view from the monorail. I can see the mud. Yeah, I'm going to go with the sand. I like the sand much better. Yeah, I like the sand much better. But let me go full speed forward, and I'll take you for a loop around the north end of the map with this monorail. And there's three of them. There's one that does a north loop. There's one that does a south loop, and there's a third monorail that's going to run around the perimeter of the map. But you can also do. Oh, if I can. Am I back on? I thought. Oh, hang on. In camera view. There you go. In cab view. So you can do in cab view, or you can go out of cab view. And again, I won't. This map, a lot of what you see is unfinished. Now, coming up in this square that's boxed in, that's fenced in with the construction barrier, there's another railroad silo and apartment complex here. So let me come in here and stop. So right under where I'm stopping, there's another railroad silo and apartment building. But you have to build it. You have to buy the land, and then you have to build it before you can use it. Let me jump out of here a minute. So if I can work my way out of the if I come over here inside of this construction barrier, after you build it, it's going to look like this. So it's got a house out by the road right where we're standing, and then in the back where my monorail's parked, there's another whole train silo and an apartment building. But in order for you to use it, you're going to have to buy it and build it. And there's four of these along the track that you're going to have to build. Is it possible to change how far the monorail's shadow is, like prioritize the shadow texture or something? That I don't know. I don't play around with. I don't play around with a lot of shaders and shadows, so I'm not your guy to answer that question. What if you misplace it? The buildable silo, it's built into the map. You just have to deliver products to it and build it. You have to deliver like lumber and glass and steel and roofing and insulation and stuff in order to build about 80% of what's going to be on the map. So they're pre-placed, you just don't have access to them until you build them. So in this square that we're going on top of right now, there's another, that concrete square on the ground, there's another railroad silo and apartment building here that you have to build. So you don't have access to it until you build it, right underneath where I'm at now. And then this big square here to my left, there's 3 factories and a big forest and another farmhouse and some storage in the farmyard. And again, once you buy that piece of property, you have to build it. You don't have access to it until you build it. So now coming up is a transfer station where you can transfer from monorail to monorail or monorail to bus. So I'm going to slow down. I'm going to stop at this apartment building up here. I had no idea like that something was possible. Yeah, it's really cool. So let me slow down here. So I can drop off a load of workers with this monorail and pick them up with the third monorail. And I'm going to have to back up a little bit. Monorail still needs a little bit of work from compartment to compartment, so that is still in the works. But if I come back here, I can unload my workers from the monorail. Now I can pick them up with the second monorail, or let me grab my store delivery mod, or I can pick them up with the bus. Now I can jump in the bus, and this part of the map's not finished yet, so ignore a lot of what you see. So I can come over here, train signals and road crossings and stuff aren't in yet. So I can come over here and I can pick up my, oh, I'm in a little bit too far. I got to adjust this trigger a little bit. So I come in here and I can load my workers on the bus. And then I can drive around And there'll be a train crossing and signal here. It's just not in yet. And then let's say I had a factory that uses workers. So I just drive them over to the factory that uses the workers and unload them into the factory. But let me get out of here because we have work to do or this map will never get finished. Can you maybe a marking on the ground for the bus? Yeah, that's in the works. I just don't have it. Those railroad silos aren't finished yet. But yeah, we're definitely going to put some ground markings in. Alright, so now I know I want to paint this with the sand instead of the mud. So let's go to wet sand. And let's get our wet sand in here instead of the mud. Then we could finish decorating all of these boathouses and get all the grass and the trees and the landscaping and everything else done. Because we still have the sports bar to finish. I won't get this done today. We'll finish this up tomorrow. But let me work my way around the lake. Work my way up to the bridge. Now, let me flatten out this sharp edge along here. Yeah, let me smooth this out all the way over to the sports bar. And then once I put our boat ramp in over here, I can come back in and fix it. But now I can get my lake underpainted. But yeah, hang out, watch the map being built. I try and stream every day. It's hard for me to stream on the weekends because I have really, really bad Wi-Fi on the weekends when everybody's home. So sometimes I stream on the weekend, sometimes I don't. It just depends if who's home, who's not home, and what the Wi-Fi is like. Alright, so let me smooth this edge out, and we'll rough in our sand, and we'll fix it when we put the grass and stuff in along the houses. So this is just rough for now, and I'll clean up the edges later. But yeah, we have a castle, we have a church, a playground. There's a farmer's market here. There's a whole apartment complex over here. So we have a whole apartment complex over here. Swimming pool, parked cars. Walmart is a sell point. So that's the only sell point in the map that's working right now. We have 2 warehouses to hold all of our pallets. So 2 warehouses to hold our pallets. And then I'm working on animal dealers in and working. So that's in and working. And then I'm working on another apartment complex down in here. So we have a castle. This is a castle with a moat, and this actually works on a global company script. And there's something here. This is like a factory. Not going to tell you what it does. And then over here, we have another castle or cafe that overlooks the valley. And this will be a sell point eventually. And then on the bottom of the mountain in the valley, I have some fields and stuff already in. So there's a couple fields and forests and stuff around the valley that are already in. This is an oil well, but after you buy it, you have to build it. This field here, after you buy it, you're going to have to build it. All those rocks in the field will go away once you build it. And then over here, we have another farmhouse, some vehicle storage, and then there's a couple more fields here available to you. Over here we have BGA's in. This is working gas station, so that's in and running. And that's pretty much all that's in and working for now. We're getting there. Like I said, we're only 31 days into a build. We still have good 2 to 3 months to go before we can call it even close to being done. Let me smooth that out. Let me smooth this out. Smooth my edges out all the way across. And then I'll come back and fine tune them when I fix each house. But this will get me my sand all the way around. Get rid of this ugly green underneath the water. There, that's going to be much better when we go back in game. Wheel, is it important that you isolate old man's maps and mods from other maps? Also, many of his maps are mods or map specific. Yeah. So if you go, oh, did somebody put it in? Oh, Dixie must have been in. Wheels put it in. Thank you. It has the link to our Trello board, where that's where all of our maps and mods are. And the more important one, Wheels, if you're still there, exclamation point Facebook, and that'll get them to our Facebook group. And if anybody runs into any problems or has any questions, just throw your question in there. Myself, Papa Smurf and Dixie are usually always in Facebook, so one of us usually get an answer within half an hour to an hour if anybody runs into any problems. There you go. Thanks, Wheels. But yeah, make sure you answer the questions to the Facebook group, or you will not be it'll be declined. But that will get you to our Facebook group, and someone's always in there answering questions. All right, so this house, I'm going to finish the grass up to the next house, and then we're going to put some trees and stuff in here, but I'm going to call this one pretty much done, close to done. So let's go back to, what am I on? Square or round? Run round. Let's go to square. Let's go back to grass. Yeah, the instructions on the Trello board are pretty clear on what to keep, what to unzip, what to keep zipped, and then what mods you need to run what maps. Try to give you as much information as possible when I post stuff on the Trello board. I'm going to overpaint this a little bit and then clean it up coming back. So now I can zoom in and clean up some of the edges. Now, what I might want to do, is there an opening in the steps right there? No, there's not, but we got to get the grass. Got to get the grass out of here. Yeah. Alright, that'll work. And then I'm going to get a little bit more. Let's bring our sand up a little bit more. So that part, that side of the house looks pretty good. How's this side of the house look? Let's get rid of that mud. There we go. Alright, that side of the house looks pretty good. Alright, let's work our grass down to this next building. Alright, so we're going to work our way down there. So one other thing I want to grab for this house is, let me close global company, come down to my staging area. All these are going to go away. I'm using these just as a staging area for now. I have somewhere in here a mailbox right here. So I'm going to duplicate the mailbox. I'm going to come up here, I'm going to throw it in. Let's go edit, cut, deco, paste. There. And let's get our mailbox out here. Every house needs a mailbox. Alright, so that's done. Now I'm going to grab... Now I do want some more trees, but I want some smaller trees, I think. Let's grab this guy. Fill in a couple more of the bigger trees. And see how far back they are from the... No, I think I'm going to go with the shorter tree. So let's go to stage 3. Yeah, let's put some of the smaller trees in here. So I want that barrier between the train and the lake. right about there. Now I'm going to grab some deco trees for in here. So let me grab a maple. And we'll throw a couple maples in here to fill up this gap a little bit. A little bit too big. I want to take that down a little bit. Yeah, that's going to be much better. Let me get a couple maples in. Put you about here. And let me grab a birch. I'll throw birch in there as well. Break up the height a little bit. Alright, now this guy, I need to put a little bit more land back. So let me go back to, took too much land away. Let me go back to 206. And let's bring in, let me go to my round brush. Let's bring in a little bit more land right there, so the house isn't in the water. And then I can go back, now I can go back to 205 and just push it back where I want it. There we go. So that's going to fix the land and the water on this side. How does the land and the water on this side look? We have the stone foundation. I'm not going to mess with this side, I don't think. Maybe. Let's see. Let's go to 206. Let's bring... So, yeah, let's bring the land over. And then I can smooth it back. There we go. So we're going to put a railing and stuff on there. And then we could take our grass. Wheels says no problem. We'll take our grass and we'll push our grass back a little bit. And family's home, so it's going to get noisy in here. So this guy, oh, I know what's wrong, the land. Let me push the land back a little bit more. So let's go back to 205. And we'll get that land off of the dock. There we go. And what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to put... Yeah, let's do it. Let's grab this platform. Let's see what one more looks like. No, I don't need it. So that we don't need. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab... Let me go down on my speed. What time is... Oh, it's already 5:30. I didn't realize it was that late. I'm going to get out of here like really soon. Let me spin you back to 0. Yeah, I'm going to finish up this dock And then I'm going to get out of here for the night. I didn't realize it was already 5:30. Because I've got to do a few things tonight yet. And I got to get this map zipped up. And I got to get it sent to Papa Smurf. Because he wants to do a little bit of testing. And he's going to work on some signs and some new factories. So I promised him a copy of the map tonight. And I think I'm going to take this railing. Let me delete that one. Let's take this one. And we're going to make it, yeah, let's stretch this one out to the house. That works. Now on this side, we will do the same thing. So let's bring this guy over. To here. Yeah, that'll work. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a parking lot in here. We'll get some parked cars in here, and then we'll put a lot of decorations and tables and grills and stuff over here for this boathouse. But I'm going to save. I'm going to throw y'all on ending soon. I appreciate everybody stopping in and saying hello. Wheels, thanks for helping out and posting the links. Much appreciated. I had a couple new follows, I think, today. But I'm going to let this save so I can close it. I got to get it saved and zipped up and uploaded so I can get it to Papa Smurf. But if I don't stream this weekend, I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. And if I can stream, I will be on. If I cannot stream, then I will catch everybody on Monday. There we go. Just waiting for that to save so I can close it. So y'all, everybody have a great evening.